Why, hello there. Good morning. I'm looking forward, Etienne. I'm looking forward. Just had to put you guys in emote only there. Hopefully, some inspiration for you. Bishop here, there's 95, so I don't think there's anything special there. But if he castles, then maybe takes and bishop d3. Yeah, he kind of has to do some funny stuff here. I guess this square kind of makes some sense, but I don't know about this. Could be a funny square, but let's do this for now. This is definitely the diagonal you're normally on in this kind of opening, but 97 after rook c1. I don't want to give him the bishop because I think he wants to play d3 to block this, and then I want to be able to check on b4. It's going aggressive. It's quite annoying, actually. I can't really defend anything here. Wow. It's actually just very bad. Take on h5, and there's just no defending g7. Yikes. Might just be lost. Wow. Yeah, I don't see a single move. There's nothing to do here. f6, queen g6 is pretty dead. I mean, that's depressing. And knight h5 just won there. It's impossible to stop. g7's hanging, I can't push the pawn. Can't move the knight from f6, like to e8 or anything. Just gonna be down a clean pawn. This and knight e6 might actually could give me some chances. I need bishop c8. Shoot. I mean, if he queened, then he was already kind of messing up a bit here. Because he can play rook g7, but okay, it's a little tricky to find. Completely lost for sure. I mean, dead lost, like indescribably. I didn't realize like what was happening to me. My danger radar was just unavailable. Knight h5 was a fantastic move. I have nothing here. I'm dead. I'm dead. Because g7 is hanging, so it's not just about this, and it's not just about this. It's like d4 just hangs a pawn. I think I played probably one of the best lines, but thanks, Franklin the Turtle 214 for the 3 months. Cheers, Franklin. Hello, Mannered Monkey. Hello, Aiden. Morning, Milan, Theo. Hello, Kurtz. Inexplicable game there. 19 months from I'm Not Focused. Swansloon's 30 with Prime. And Jimster 2021 for 21. Thanks, Jimster. Hello to Morning Grilled Peppers and Morning Red Drum. Yeah, it was kind of weird. Like, here you had a minute 52, I had 20 seconds. Like, you spend more than a minute on this when it's just a free pawn. But then he kind of brought it back to outplay me with g4, g5. I thought this was something, but it's just lost. But I guess I made just enough threats to really make him concerned. Daryl in Paradise, thanks for the 7 months with Prime Man. More Daryls. Gunnar Stahl. Yo, appreciate that. Gunnar, 32 months, tier 3. Black's doing some funny stuff here. He just needs to check. It's just like he doesn't, he doesn't understand his basic concept. And White, on the other hand, also doesn't understand how to draw that. Somehow Black's gonna get the win here, which is just ridiculous. Just insanity. What the heck? Alright. Got the next game here. Random Noob 04. I don't think I can really pre-move this because I wouldn't always recapture. Sometimes I would take the knight. I certainly can't pre-move that. Just knight here. F4 is also a line, but I never find myself liking that. Even though it's quite good, and I know it's good. Yeah, I was have a hard time with that. G5 we can take and take, I guess. Queen E2 next. We should take this way. I mean, knight takes, G5 gets a little messy. I want to trade dark square bishops, of course. We might go back, but I think we're pretty comfortable here. I'm gonna kick this knight out. Is he serious about this G5 move? Let's just castle. Probably want to move the knight from F3 and go F3. I think that's the stuff we want. He'll probably retreat the knight to like F7 to hit this bishop. Yeah, he wants to go bishop A6, but I don't think it's gonna be that. Let's just start with this. Yeah, we're gonna play F3 next. And yeah, like I said, he's definitely gonna retreat to F7. But I think that's something we can deal with. Ooh. I want my knight on D3 ultimately, but okay, this is gonna look a little bit weird. It's definitely gonna go knight f7. But yeah, I think I want some weird position where it go a4, king g2, rook f2, knight d3, leave the bishop there, like let him take it. So knight here, I think I'll take and play a4. So this is what I wanted. It's a little awkward for him to use the b file, but even if he does play b5, and he will get that move later, then my knight's on d3, covering that and hitting all the useful squares, and his knight can't go in there, so I feel like we're in a pretty good spot. Just take, bring the knight to the good square. King can go up to g2, rook on e1. Yeah, maybe I could use this rook. I'm wondering about this pawn. I feel like I'm going to start with this rook. Just looks like a useful move. For the moment, I might try to keep the knights on. Yeah, at some point, he's definitely going to threaten this e5 move. Not a lot I can do about that. Except to play knight e5. It might be a knight e5 kind of position here. I don't want to push because then he'll bring the knight into e4. He can play e5 now, but I figure with the isolated pawn that has to be okay for me. Okay. Rook d8 seems quite forced here. He could play this. But we can play this, and then... Yeah, I figured he would do that. Queen c5 will go here. He doesn't have rook e5 because of f4. Okay. Doesn't look right. This is with check, which is kind of annoying. Yeah, so he saves his pawn, we'll save ours. Yeah, that's a smart move. I'm gonna put my pawns where they're gonna be all defended. We have this move. Oof. Nice win there. Yes, every win. New high. Yes, new high rating. Big. Woo! E5 was a little rushed, I think, from him, but he kind of felt the pressure. And here, I have to admit, like, taking this seemed kind of obvious because it was with check, but I took here because I thought I would take this, and then when I got into the position, I ended up playing h4, so I should have just taken a5 if I was committed to that. Because, yeah, if I took this and this, then I would get this no matter what, so I kind of jumbled the moves in my head there. 'Cause at this point, I thought, oh, if he saves this pawn, like, I'll save this pawn, and then I'll get this, but somehow he had rook c2 and rook over. Yeah, I just wanted some position where I could defend everything. And I found it with rook on c4. Yeah. Because now I'm just threatening to take, basically. Felt like I made the right decision earlier when... it's kind of weird. It's like he plays a5, so I play queen e2 because I don't want to let him play bishop a6. And then he plays here, and my plan is to go trade the bishop. So I know it seems funny, but I think that is the right idea. I know it's his bad bishop, but I simply needed that square for my knight. And once the knight's here, even if he trades these bishops, goes here, plays b5, takes, attacks my b2 pawn, the knight on d3 just holds the entire game, and anytime you play this, you allow knight c5 to get on the e pawn, so yeah. I think white's significantly better here, but not enough to be like winning. Like I don't have any like targets that I'm hitting, but just a small edge. This is an unpleasant endgame, that's for sure. Thanks, Spenny, for the 43 months. FM Killer. That's how I feel right now. Thank you, Spenny. Appreciate the support, sir. Not just Spenny, also Mr. Lucchino. 3 months with Prime. Hey, Andrew. Was that the bot video? Yeah. Might be a while before we see that in there. I'm always open, though. It's just very tough to end up with that many pawns, you know? Hey, Badkins. No, we'd only just started on my second game. Are you keen for more tactics, MM? You seemed, you know, slightly agitated last time during our session. Alright, gonna go in emote only here. Got the next game. If I'm really the FM killer, then I'll show you right now, won't I? It's the perfect opportunity to demonstrate. Oh my lord. God damn it. What the hell is this? Hmm. Trying not to pick a very greedy, like super greedy way to play. Keep it a little bit more controlled. Maybe we can go back into this. It's nonsense. Maybe I can bring back the undefeated. Something like this and long castle seems, I don't know, kind of fun. Ah, oh, damn it. Playing them good moves, isn't he? I suppose we could take this, but... I really wanted him to play bishop f4, but of course it's not going to happen. Maybe some, like, en passant move? I feel like knight takes, queen takes is decent energy. Doesn't feel great for him there. So knight takes, I kind of thought knight b4 could be something there. Or even knight d4. Yeah, not knight d4. So taking bishop d3. Because, yeah, I can't go here. I guess bishop b5 to a4, but I feel like it's a reasonable move to play. Check here, takes. Kind of has to go king d2 there. Yeah, this is the move obviously I wanted to see. I think we want this bishop over here. a6 or b7. And I do not think we want to trade for that. So, as sad as it is, I'm going to bring my knight back. I need a bunch of moves here, so fundamentally my position is definitely better, but as I said, I need a bunch of moves here before I can be too happy. Like I need this, I need castles. Even then knight g5 might be a problem. Yeah. But my instincts tell me I should be able to achieve these things. This one is still a problem. I'm gonna have to spend time on h6, which doesn't feel nice. Hopefully this threat kind of distracts him. Yeah, if I castle, like knight g5 looks like a pain. Okay, very happy to see this kind of move. Definitely. Okay, let's gain more time. Yeah, okay. This is good stuff. You might play a3. You might respond with a5 to that. Or actually even knight d4. I think I am going to do this. b4 looks kind of annoying. I know this is a bit of a soft move, but I have the bishops. Knight e2 check wins something. He plays rook c1. not see this. The knight, man. Just the knight is so tricky. It's just so annoying. Yeah. The knight is just annoying. I just can't move with like a second dealing with this knight. But I completely like forgot my bishop was hanging here. It ended up being like lucky. I probably should have lost like on the spot right now. But yeah, we ended up actually just fine here. Honestly, maybe I should just taken this. Would have made my life easier. Just like start pushing the pawns, but okay, it's actually not that easy to push. I think objectively we didn't do anything wrong. I mean, this isn't the greatest move. You should probably just push pawns here, but I mean, e6 is almost a threat. f5, e6. This is really just completely winning for black, but I put my bishop on a square that let his king have a tempo. Just kind of started doing everything wrong, but I think it's easy to mess up completely with the bishop against the knight when his moves are brain dead. Like, just keep your king on dark squares, like push pawns like that. Me, it's like I have to watch out for this pawn, this check, this bishop being loose. I played it so poorly from here, though. Sad because it's like a pretty easy win, even bishop against knight, because we have these connected pawns over here, but definitely not an easy blitz win, sadly. Yeah. Too many bad things will happen here. Bishop against knight. Played this guy a bunch. I feel like for our rating difference, we're playing Title Tuesday a lot. Because you see, like, we play Bullet, and that's where my score against him is very high. But, yeah, we play a lot in Title Tuesday, and it's like, I win, draw, win, loss, win, draw, loss. Like, it's not a very good score against 2,500. I feel like he's an opponent that puts points on the board against me much more often than he should. Even though we have a winning record, that's definitely not good enough. Oh, we're back into emote only. Thanks for the 19 months, Bra96. Syzygus, long time coming, man. 83 months. What is that, almost 7 years? Next month, right? Thanks a lot, Syzygus. And Righty9. Thank you for the 10 months with Prime. Jaximus Primus. 13 months. Guess what? He's using Prime. Go figure. A6. Definitely annoying. Because I think they normally play this line, like, if my knight was here, he would probably still play this move. So I feel like I've lost time by doing this. Whatever. I don't... Obviously, this is terrible, but... I'm too tilted after the last game to just trade light squared bishops with him. That's gonna bore me out of my mind. I think he just had bishop here, takes, knight takes. I had bishop h7, but it would have been bad for me. Knight on e2 is so bad, like I can't even. It's a really poorly placed piece, but try to fight. It's all wrong. Knight e2, knight g3. Such a strange piece. Just doesn't feel right. Not at all. It's not really anything here. No. Nothing here. Just a boring game. I don't have time to react to these moves. I mean, bishop a6 just bored the hell out of me, man. I can't lie. This is not the kind of game I'm trying to play. Bishop a6. Oh, and it felt so bad because I already moved my bishop. But I was like autopiloting the opening. Yeah, normally you're supposed to just play like this and wait for this. Because at least if it happens, you want to have your knight here and your bishop here. Rather than move your bishop already and then it's right into their plan. But it's also just a very boring plan. Not very interesting. No bishops on the board. Yeah, I've played those positions a few times against like strong players, and man, I think the board factor of not having light square bishop even, I lose a lot. I feel like a guy like Georg Meyer, like that's the kind of player that does that to me. Those types, and I never enjoy my game there. Thanks, who's that? Sandberg? Sandberg 96, all caps. 3 years on the dot for all caps. Hello, Asios. We have a long time to wait now as well. These Title Tuesday tournaments spiral so easily. I mean, the last game we were like completely winning. Completely winning. A very nice game. And yeah, if I win that game, I'm on 3 out of 3. Then I'll play an actual strong player. You know, give a fight regardless of what happens. If I lose, I'm not going to lose that much rating. But then instead, we like somehow flag to this knight. And this game just like put me to sleep. I played so badly after. Oof. You still have to wait quite a while because the games are actually still very much in progress. It wasn't even a very long game. So it's not just the break, but actually waiting for the rest of the games in the round to finish as well. Is tucking the bishop and playing knight e2 that bad? It is that bad. It is that bad. I was a little confused for a sec. Then I was like, wait, no, I was looking for this game. I didn't realize it was not a 3 minute game. Like, I thought they just skipped the break or something. This guy forced a draw, or the guy played in Title Tuesday? I guess you're probably talking about this guy because he's one of your colleagues. Yeah, that makes sense. Interesting. Got called a sore loser by Shiksha and Praveen. It hurts more. Tag team. Thanks, Stu. Welcome back, Stu. 34 months. Working our way to 3 years together. I realized from earlier that I think this one was a draw. 3-time repetition. He just repeated. It's forced mate here, by the way. Poor lad. Spooky Mac. Thanks for the 28 months. Something must have occurred then. Woolers, I think it was kind of the habit. A lot of people are on a resub anniversary because I think right around now is when I did the habits, but then a few months from now is when it ended up on YouTube. So there are a lot of people with resub ranges from like February to May. The habits was exactly 3 years ago. The Pooja video as well. That's another good one. Pretty much our all-time video. Iconic. Oh, I have to wait so long for these games. Copyright speedrun. That'll do well on YouTube. That'll make a lot of money. Man, I feel like we're being held back by the music. If we could put the music that we listened to at the time that things were recorded, I think the videos would be like 100x more entertaining. Not for every video, of course, but for a lot of them. Hello, Bazmaniac. Yes. Definitely not playing that well today. Well, I guess the standard for Title Tuesday is quite low, so maybe I actually am playing well. I don't know, but I'd say we got a little bit lucky and then a little bit unlucky. So we're in the slums here. right, we're back. Oh, this is the captain of the famous famous cheating team in Pro Chess League. The legend Artak Manukyan. Takes talent to recruit all the cheaters to one team. Queen e2. Can't beat him, join him. Definitely expecting Queen G3. Is he really gonna play that? I don't know. Wow. I don't know how we didn't expect this one. Not only the most obvious move, but it's mind blowing. That was clearly going to be his next move no matter what. Knight b3 is a little bit mandatory here. We don't have to take right away though. I think we can just leave things as they are. Pawns are not very good here, but I guess he's gonna go there. Probably need to lose this pawn and play king there. Yeah, we can definitely let this go. Doesn't matter that much. Okay, we need to let this go here as well. Yeah. Bit sad here. Probably should have taken, but it's this annoying thing where the rook kind of goes behind my pawns, and it's gonna take me way too many moves to advance it. Like, it takes like 20 moves to get up the board. 2 connected pass pawns, but a rook behind, and he's gonna get too much counterplay with his rook. Yeah, like it's just sad here. I have to go a6, rook a4, b4, a5, rook a3, b3, a4. Actually takes 20 moves. So you can imagine something like this. I'm like trying to do that, like it just doesn't work. He just has way too much counterplay. Still should have done a bit better here. I mean, Black's obviously the only one playing for a win, but not when I'm here. Actually, I think he was legitimately playing for a win at some point. Even down like a bunch of pawns. And certainly when the pawns were even, he was. Waiting for the next game. Well, at least our rating will be sort of reset, and we can just like join the pool, I guess, like when we want. I was initially gonna kind of hold out and try to at least play like a strong player. Oh, okay, never mind. Gotta go right back in emote only. Marcus LJ, thanks for the 30. Yeah, I was initially gonna try to at least play like a match against a strong player. May as well like lose 2,900 that way. But I didn't really have any time this last week to play Blitz, and then Tuesday comes around, and like can't keep skipping Title Tuesday. Like I only skipped one because I was trying to maybe find like a strong player that wouldn't normally play a match against me to play a match against, but just take. I'm feeling lazy. Not a good move, but yeah, I never found any time to play Blitz over the last week, so as a result, I'm not gonna skip another Title Tuesday. So I guess we kind of had to do this, but I knew it was gonna be a disaster. Okay. Knights are annoying in this structure. Definitely just want to get that thing off the board. Like, it's a closed position, so I feel like the bishops are kind of whatever. Plus, I can trade one of them fairly easily. Okay, pretty happy to see that. Not unhappy here. This bishop is quite bad here. Basically, I can use 4 pieces to take this, and he can only defend it with 3. I have to be slightly mindful here. What the hell? Took it. Probably just knight c7. He doesn't have either of those moves. I just put my knight on d4 and he can't get in here. Here's a game. Buddy Pranav. Just over. Oh, we're still in emote only. I feel like sometimes there's mods here and sometimes there isn't. I noticed it after some games. Like the emote only is off before I even get there. He did what anyone would do. You know, mate is on the board, but a sacrifice though. Correct decision. Any good player would operate the same. Thanks, Armin Local Hero. 48 months. Thank you, Armin. Alexander Eve as well. That's a lot of threes at once, Alex. Thanks for 33 months. Tier 3. 4 years on the dot for Armin. Using Prime. Tier 3, 33. Wow. He just lost. Amazing. He lost on the board, too. Pretty rare. Pretty rare. Gotta hand it to him. Oh no. I'm playing myself. I wonder who's gonna have the time advantage here. was gonna go here. Honestly, after d4, it feels like my bishop on e3 gets like trapped in there. I guess we'll go here. But, you know, the trades will be easy for white to deal with. Originally, I was gonna go here. Salute, thanks for the 100 bits. So yeah, I feel like this is nice and simple. I don't know what happens there, but maybe something could work. Bishop e3 is feels like a loose move, but maybe it's okay. Like knight takes here. I guess just bishop takes. Yeah. Maybe it's okay. No, we have d4. Thing definitely looked strange about that. Probably like queen takes here, queen here, and then castle. Because now queen g4, there's bishop h6. I'm gonna pick the safest way that I can see to definitely win piece. Here, h3. Should probably do this. Knight a4, queen g5, I think. Should be able to castle long. A file will also be open after this, so. Hmm. Guess, like, kind of has to be winning. F6. Piece should be a little bit too much. Oh, we finished before a Hickey game. Rare sighting. Hickey and Denlas. Big Toronto fan zone matchup. I'm gonna play Rook B2, no? I think Hickey's still trying to win. Yep. Hickey playing for a win for sure. Quite impressive, no? I mean, Hickey's the only one trying here. It's not about the position, Mattis, it's the player. Put some respect on Hickey. If I had the one pawn here, I would be losing. And White, the beta, had to, bend the knee and make a draw by 50 moves up a pawn. Moral victory to Hikaru. Big end game here from Sam. Take that. The pre-break game. Always the bane of my existence. Kind of scary. This is also kind of a move. Takes, queen d5 check. Yeah, I don't actually know if that worked there. I'm fine with this, though. Hmm. I feel like if I let him play a5, a4, then he can be kind of happy with that. Like to castle next. Knight a3, knight c4. Maybe even like check and back to a2. Wouldn't be completely crazy. I'm not planning to just take necessarily because he's going to bring the other rook over, but just kind of threatening to threaten that later on. But he defends it, which I like to see. Okay, he's definitely about to play that. Then we can take, and then take. So he's probably going to take this as a result. Knight takes, f4. Probably just take Our knight slides back to definitely like this. Here, I think we just take it. I don't want to take this way. I'd rather make him trade for my bishop. So my knight covers e3. I'm also threatening knight b6. So he'll probably maybe consider d5. We'll see. Yeah, knight b6 is a threat. He takes knight b6, queen. Okay. There's definitely no knight b6 now. But we could go knight e3. Also d5, but that almost feels like too much. I think he'll play d5 just because we have 6 seconds. But I think queen a2 and rook f4 is maybe correct. He'll play d5 for sure. Surprising. Knight d1 defends things, like everything. I have 2 threats now. Didn't even realize Hans was in this tournament. Mr. Neiman. With 7 out of 8. 7 out of 8. Okay. Yep, I mean, where's Hickey in the mix? Has he already done his game? He is. He's at 6.5. UTT is not going to be early again. Nope. Gregory Lars, thanks for the 31 months. Welcome back, Greg. Oh, Aryan with one of the last games. Although, this should be a reasonably straightforward win. Okay, well, definitely now. Go, Aryan. Okay, another win in Rook and Knight versus Rook. It's quite impressive. Keeps happening, even in games between GMs. We saw that earlier. This is another win against the 2800. Ouch. But some things are like easy to draw, but mess them up in Blitz. I can relate there. I can relate there. Alright, I'll be back in a few minutes. I think we have a break right now. Yeah. Back in a few. Emote only we go. Travis Scott official. Whoa. Thanks for the Prime. For 15 months, quantity sufficient. All right. We're not down that much time. This is the time we would have spent anyway. This doesn't do that much after this. Takes is very good. Yeah, he goes here. Play knight c6. You have to deal d5 there. Knight d7 is probably a bit safer. But I'll take this endgame. He didn't decide to go for takes in d5, which I find interesting. Thought that was pretty good for him. At some point, c4 will happen. I don't think this is very... I don't think that's anything. Might even be good for me. Get a big center that way. took the wrong thing. Should have probably taken there, but it was a nice move. Was caught off guard. That hurts. This rook is hit, so. Yeah, that was a nice move, 94. Didn't expect it. Don't think I had a good way out. Bishop h4 was just bad. Yeah. Yeah, 94 was nice. Not much to say. Thanks, Guilfoyle again. Chilled Living, 21. That feels like the same game we spectated earlier. Oof. Nasty. Who's playing? Is no one really playing? It's doing a pretty good job with the white pieces here. White wins these, I feel like, almost all the time. Just, pretty complicated to avoid checks forever. He could have done a better job there. Damn. But yeah, just like I said, white wins those the majority of the time. We got one of these. What? I feel like there was b3 there. Yeah, white wants to trade rooks and just go in the corner or something. Yeah, b3 again. Doesn't even need rook b2 this time because it doesn't quite work, but yeah. Well, at least go down there, I thought, but just rook d1. Damn. White won on time. Oh man. I can relate. That hurts me inside to watch. That's usually me. Thanks, Choose True, for 42 months. I might do this, but I think we can just take. Okay, surely rook on the open file is not going to be a mistake. Hmm. Probably take with the queen here. Keep control of the file. Okay, goes here, but I feel like I'm a bit more ready to do that. Or even rook d4. Just go here. We get the d4 square. I think that should be pretty good. We're up this pawn, so I feel like we have to be happy here. Whoa. Definitely did not expect that. I mean, I can't really shy away from like from an endgame up a pawn. That's not in the playbook. Pretty poor timing with that. Don't think you can quite do that, but it's close for sure. Maybe should have gone here. Big fight for a draw. Up a pawn. Picked the wrong moment to finally move my knight to f6. But I think we did it pretty well. The only thing I regret is rushing e5. This is all good, but then e5 is not a mistake at all, in the sense that I have a certain set of moves that I need to do, and e5 is pretty much going to be the same as doing the other moves first and then e5, but from a human perspective, playing e5 is just silly. So maybe fix the king, fix the knight. I think I can do some reroute with the knight first. Thought e5 is okay, but knights are just annoying in blitz. Yeah, I would just need to play a6. Something like this. But I don't think I even organized the kingside pawns that well. I don't know. I felt like I was doing things right, but at the same time, the position I got, I wasn't exactly sure how to win it. And then it's I know I'm just gonna lose this. Thanks for the 32 months. Blonde Maestro. How many more? One more. All right. Last game. Yes, that was the 10th. Thank God. Let's see if we can only lose 50 points. Keep it to a good event. I think minus 50 is actually considered a good event. Annoying thing is when they play b6, they can play bishop there. So you kind of have to react to it, but then they play bishop here, and it's not exactly where I would have like put my queen. G6, wow. Wow. H5. Bishop will look a little funny after this move, but I'll do it. I don't think f6 can be played. Alex wrong. Guess we should be playing moves like this. Prep moves. All I'd like to do is queen h5 and rook g3. Soon we'll see this. That's bold. That is bold. it was like so close, so far. I wanted to do this for many, many moves, but it's just never possible. Because, yeah, I think here I just had to go back this way. I went here, he took the pawn, but if we went back here, finally, after a billion moves, I would be threatening the only thing I was trying to accomplish in the entire game. I was trying to get queen takes h5 for like 1,000 moves. Knight f7 ever good? It looked like maybe something, but I wasn't actually playing the position. I was playing for queen takes h5. That's it. So, if you're asking whether other moves were better, you're probably correct. I was just a sucker for queen takes h5, and that's it. Well, maybe king g5 and mate. I could see that happening. Who's winning TT? Yuri Kuzubov. Dan Laz. What happened to our dear friend Hick? Hello, J-Bell. Okay, we made it to the end, AB. That's a victory in itself. Oh, Hickey's playing Fall Guys. Got it, got it. Hickey playing Fall Guys is some funny stuff. No, that's not gonna do it. He's got the Rosen trap, but that's it. That ain't gonna do it. Wow, 6.5, and we only lost 50 elo. That's not bad at all. Duda wins on tiebreaks, just barely. And it's a double Ukrainian podium. That's what I'm saying, Manor Monkey. I remember Fall Guys from, must have been like COVID 2020, 2021 or something. I got pretty okay at Fall Guys, but eventually, I don't know, there were just so many people like hacking, like literally just cheating. They would like fly from the beginning to the end. I swear they like couldn't do anything about these guys for like months. The game just became like unplayable. Tim, I'm neither 34 nor 2600, but you know, appreciate those well wishes. Nice compliments. Good to hear. I know my chest today would have you think both of those are true, but in fact, neither are. Okay, it's Title Tuesday's done. We survived. We survived. Hello, Bortnik Chess. That's right, Tim. We always do. Maybe not right now, but we always do. What did I finish on? The old 6.5, Baz. Nothing the likes of what Bortnik usually gets. We lost a lot of elo today, but that was kind of expected, kind of the point. Didn't want to keep skipping TTs. Unfortunately, I didn't have any time to play some Blitz over the last week. I wanted to maybe play a match, but yeah. We lost it like a normal person. That's okay. We hit our goal for the year already, so now we can bring our rating back to sub-Sunday standards. Thanks very much for the raid there, Bortnik. 137 of ya. Thanks for the follows. I just got done a terrible. Can't accept this challenge. Man. Terrible Title Tuesday. But I gotta stop saying that. You know, Title Tuesdays are always terrible, so you gotta adjust the standard. Just got done with a good Title Tuesday. Good event. Rox, thanks for the 27 months. Welcome back. Well, when you're as skilled as I am, A.B. Shakespeare, you're able to accomplish things like that. I think 4K puzzles is nice. But we always just do puzzles as a warm-up. I'm going to be doing that puzzle series. I might do a little bit more just to refresh us on level 1, but level 2 is ready to go. So I'll probably be bringing that back this week. Yeah, our puzzles need some work. We don't have those chads in the chat. I don't know how we're gonna manage. Without them, I feel like I don't even deserve my own 3,800 rating. You think so, AB? We've been there before. It'll definitely be tough, but... Knight f2, queen h3. Notice how J-Bell, an experienced chess player, a titled player, he suggests his answers with question marks because, as I mentioned, he's not sure. It's the certainty of the plebs that we're really missing. The way they're able to just be so sure immediately. Knight f2, then queen h3. He's mate. Takes. And what? Takes. We're going to run out of material, though, right? Some kind of, like... Rook takes... There's some moves here. Knight b6, and you take this with check, and there's... Rook coming down. Yeah, knight b6 is annoying. It is annoying. So probably the basic move is not quite it. I mean, bishop takes h2 and knight takes h2 both look pretty good as well. Thank God Grape Gambit is here. Data Scientologist. I hope chess.com doesn't remove the PCL flare. I, for one, want to be able to rep the Armenian Eagles. Hello, Dan. Mr. Chu, thanks for the 2-month reset. Cheers to Mr. Chu. Okay, low key, is it just takes? Rook takes and just knight takes h2? That's what I'm saying, Gory. You know, like at what point is it just that stupid? I feel like these tough problems are sometimes tough, but also like they want to get you overthinking. Remember, guys, don't overthink it. It's the worst mistake you can make. I thought we already went over that. Don't overthink it. Don't overthink it. Blatantly obvious. In before, like, it's gonna be like a Rook F1 kind of energy or what? Yeah. That's what I'm thinking, J-Bell. Here, Rook F1, and then the only thing that's a bit suspicious is this. Rook E8. But just Rook takes F2. That seems like the only line I would be even concerned about. Yeah. Because material's even here. Just take the Rook, takes, and takes. Yeah, I don't know what the hell you're supposed to do after that as black. Because there's no even like Bishop C5 nonsense. What do you even play there? Maybe Rook F6? Yeah, probably. Okay, hang on. They'll play Rook F6. And then Knight F7. I didn't like Rook F1 first because takes, and then Queen E8, and like, or Queen C8. I feel like we don't even get our check there. But maybe it's like that, and then like some other move, Queen H3 or 4, but this definitely feels right. I was saying Rook F6 kind of looks like the move they'll do. Knight F7, king over. Because if... Yeah, it's Knight F7, king over, Rook takes, and then Knight takes D6. Knight E6 first? Knight E6, that's a serious suggestion. I didn't even think of that. Knight E6. Queen F7 or F6. Like, you can go knight takes G7, but I suppose I'll probably just take on D2. I'm not sure you're threatening that much there. I can always block the check on G6. But I feel like if you see a puzzle like this, and you see this possibility with like knight F7 stuff, then I think I think you have to say, why is it not this, rather than why is it not this. So, not that 96 is wrong, but I feel like in my head I would need to have an answer as to why it's not this kind of stuff before I go hunting knight e6 stuff. So check, rook f1, takes, queen e8. What's the situation? Then probably rook f8. And takes, gets mated. And queen takes, then knight f7. Knight takes d6. Yeah, but we're still not winning enough material there. Yeah, because knight f7, king there. Knight h6, king back. It's not checkmate yet. I can't take on d6 because my queen. So what about takes, queen e8? Bishop f4. Check, bishop f4, or bishop f4 first. It could work. I suppose the same question kind of remains, which is like bishop f4 takes, knight f7, king there. You're still not doing anything. Your knight's hanging, you gotta move it, then the king moves again. It's like queen here with a queen on f8 and the knight like swinging places doesn't seem to be enough. So I think instead of this, rook f1, queen e8. What about rook f1? Seems to have to take, queen e8, and then queen f5. With the idea that we're threatening this. I guess he has g6 there. But yeah, I was still planning to go queen d5. Feels like that should be enough. King g7, we have rook here. And king there, we have knight f7, and then bishop h6, and we can get him to a light square for knight d6. Yeah, maybe king h8, rook f7. Exactly. But at that point, if knight f7 wins, or rook f7, then I think we're in a good spot. Because, yeah, it does feel like any kind of check with the queen here. Bishop f4, like whatever move you want to play, bishop f4, rook f1. The more I think about it, black doesn't seem that bothered because this this knight f7, like king's running back and forth, it doesn't really do enough. So, rook f1. If knight e5, then we just go there, so have to take it. Have to move the queen. I suppose you could go queen c8, but then queen e4, and the exact same situation will occur. So queen e8, queen f5, and queen c8, queen e4, and we, instead of going to this diagonal first, I think we start by going there, and then we'll make it to the d5 square no matter what. That appears to be winning to me. Queen e6. Here, queen e8. Yeah, it's exactly, J-Bell. It's not quite the same. I want to threaten queen h7 when the king's on g8, so that then I can, like, go to d5 with check. At least, that's what I think. Queen f5 there, g6. Queen f6, king g8. Like, it's good, but it's not quite it. Whereas rook f1 takes. Queen e8, queen f5, g6. We have queen d5, and then it's our turn again. And it's pretty nice to go to d5, I think, with check. And we have knight f7, or as J Bell said, rook f7 even at the end. I feel like it's rook f1. We're overthinking it, no? Because this king in the corner doesn't seem to help us. I'd rather have the king there for the checks later. Maybe a big overthink. Overthinking it, no? Big overthink for the boys. Okay, guys, let's not overthink this one. We keep overthinking it. Can we just get a goddamn series of good moves here? Let's not overthink it. Pawn takes bishop, no? Maybe knight d4 and then pawn takes bishop? I'm on the knight d4, pawn takes bishop train. And takes. We just kind of run away, I think. At least after we take this, it's like... Yeah, so I wanted to start like this to see where the king goes. He's not going to go up because then this is always like a meeting net kind of thing. So I feel like it makes sense to start with this. King f1. If we take, then queen h2. That loses. If we take, that also loses. Like, there's no defense we can play. So what's the line, though? You want to take here, J-Ball? I go here. You want to take there? I go there. How do you play defense, though? Aren't you getting mated in every line? Yeah, but all that's irrelevant. I'm saying, what about king f1? I'm just gonna ignore you. King f1 all day. How do you deal with the h file? Yeah, but Tim, I'm not gonna take back. That's the thing. Like, I'm just gonna totally ignore you guys. No matter what you do, I'm like running away here. And I don't see with my king here how you're giving me a check. Guys, we're overthinking it. I'm pretty sure we're overthinking it. Okay, low key. Low key. Is it this? Some kind of like, just take it back? One sec. Hello, Jeff. Hello. The thing is, after this, we still need an answer, but I wanted to do like rook somewhere. And then just like run with the king, something like that. That's what I was thinking. And basically, anytime they take, I go king f8. And anytime they take, I kind of win the piece back like that. takes queen h2, Tin. Remember, I'm not playing king f1 for no reason. I'm playing king f1, I was saying, if you're taking me with check. So here, the plan is queen h2. So, yeah, always queen h2 if white's not in check, and if white is in check, I feel like king f1. I feel like those are the things to expect. Knight d4, knight e6, and knight g5. I like the defensive, like when I was suggesting this, my brain was starting to process defensive moves rather than offensive moves, because I don't think there's anything for black here. I think you just need to survive mate and you're up pieces. So I like where you're going with that, Mr. Bell. Check, knight e6, queen h2, knight g5, like something like that, because we're up a lot of material. Kind of insane, of course, but the knight stays on g5 forever. You can't remove it. Well, knight d4, bishop e6, queen h2, rook somewhere, takes king f8. It does feel like something's there. I can't lie. Yeah, that's right, Penny, I think. There is a difference between them. J-Bells, I feel like I like more right now. Just has a nice feel to it. Knight on g5, everything covered. So I think the problem with this is, as you said, queen h2, then this, let's say, whatever. As soon as I move the rook, queen h7, and then bishop takes e6, and I'm faced with this. So here, here, and then if bishop takes, we take this way and defend like that. And if queen h2, then knight g5, and we are actually covering everything. And of course, if takes on f7, we just take and run away. Like, we're up too much material. I have good energy, a good energetic feeling about this, J-Bell. That seems like a good line. I think once the switch went on to play defense, that was the right call. It feels right. I like it. I like it. I don't think the king can go to f3. I mean, you're not wrong that we could give a little bit of, like, shed a little bit of light on, like, king d1 or king there, but I feel like in those cases, the king's just on a worse square, and we still have the same defensive resource, so somehow I'm not too bothered by it. Kato says, if it's not takes, I mean, your notation is crazy. Your notation is c4, c4. I'm gonna assume you mean this, but white's not gonna take back. I don't know if you're expecting your opponent to just take back your pawn and allow your queen to, like, mate him, but white's gonna go queen h2. So if you want to take this bishop, you need an answer to queen h2 and checkmate. And I don't see that answer. That's, I think, the problem with just taking the bishop. Well, there's no rook h7, rook h1, Sam, right? Remember, the king is on the first rank, so you'll never be able to double the rooks. You can play rook h7, but once you play rook h7, like, I mean, first of all, you need a whole other move before you're threatening to do something there. So it'll just be my turn, and you don't have a threat. I feel like that's pretty normal for a puzzle to end in that situation. For example, I would say bishop g7, queen h2, rook a7. That probably covers everything, and there's just no way for this rook to make it there. Or yeah, sure, queen c5, rook a7. That's another one. But at this point, I feel like there's more than enough resources, so we're kind of in the clear. I think I'm just gonna go for it. I like the feeling of knight e6. Yeah, I think it resonated with me, J-Bell, when you suggested knight g5 and the knight can't be kicked. Everything else just kind of fell into place. But as soon as we saw this coordination, it was like, okay, I knew some good was happening. Oof, big call from J-Bell there, guys. That was a nice defensive puzzle. You think you're going for mate, but just playing some D. Check. Check, just because it's all forced. Check. King d1, that's mate. If king f3, what? We have more mates. King f3. Such a weird one. Yeah, 95 I'm not sure about. There's king e4. Material, by the way, is not equal, but it's around equal. Like, white has a ton of pawns. We have 0 pawns. 0. So, you know it's kind of like a mating puzzle. Here, maybe there's some, like, slow move, like knight f4, but I really doubt it. So, let's say here. If the king goes to g1, I mean, feels like everything is mate in that position, so that's why I'm not really bothering to calculate that, but yeah, like knight, I think knight here just mates in that position. So yeah, I think it's this, king there, we gotta get the king out, so knight f4, king f3, and then we need mate, and knight e5's not mate though, J-Ball, there's king g3 there, so not quite. So here, king there, bishop check, king there. Like in that position, there could be a slow move available. 95 or something. But now I think that's a bit wrong. At some point, white's just gonna move a pawn and get some space. Knight f4, king f3. Our bishop's here and our bishop's here. White king is on f3. The king can, in that position, move to e4 and g3. Just so you know. Well, wild hacks. When you're trying to find a checkmate in a position, you're not providing very much insight by simply suggesting a check. It's like, the king's on f3. Can I play knight d4 there? Yeah, I can. Okay, I can also play knight b4 there, like providing zero help. Actually, can black play 95 there? Yeah, black can play 95. Oh, fuck, I'm glad we fucking ironed that out. Since this is kind of a mating puzzle, most of your suggestions should end with some kind of idea that will lead to a mate, not just like, and bishop d2 check looks good for black. Not much I can do with that information. Check here, check here, check here. The problem with knight d4 is bishop g2, there's king g4, so he's kind of slipping out that way. Like, if you just imagine knight and then the two bishops there with the king there, where is the actual mate? Like, where do you arrange the pieces so that it's checkmate? It's kind of tough to do, actually. So I'm wondering if it's just not even that arrangement of pieces. I think it's nonsense to go knight there. Huh. Yeah, MG. I like where your head's at there with bishop f3. It's not insane, but feels like it doesn't threaten anything that important, and I'm not really sure what the follow-up is, but I like those kinds of moves in general. The more I'm seeing like check, check, check in this puzzle, the more I'm feeling like it doesn't work out. So I do feel more open to those kind of suggestions. Like this. Knight f4 seems like it's not just never going to be enough, but who knows? Like bishop f3, rook g1 there. There's rook coming to g8. That doesn't look good enough. Oh, you mean bishop f3 immediately? I was doing this and then that. Yeah, bishop f3 immediately, then rook there. I think it'll be the same thing. I'm getting this like strange feeling that it's not a check, check, check and mate puzzle. It feels like that's the overthink. Could be wrong, but feels like it's going to be a finesse type of move. Uh, origami, that's definitely correct. That's why bishop h3, king e2 is the important move. I'm assuming you mean knight f5 checkmate, AB Shakespeare. Number one, it doesn't work because the king could just return to the same square that you checked them from d4. And number two doesn't work because it can be taken. Bishop h3, the king can move to e2, so it doesn't even trap the king there. Knight d4 with knight f3. Problem is, Kurtz, I can't say 1,000% if white can castle or not. So I guess castling doesn't matter. Knight e2, other knight to f4 in there. But it just occurred to me when you said that I don't actually have proof that you can't castle. But yeah, f3 does seem to be the problem in general. It messes up a lot of coordination and gives our opponent's king one square. Okay, I see. Guys, we're getting good vibrations here. I've been overlooking Grape Gambit's messages, who was suggesting bishop f6. Now, bishop f6, short castle. But, hang on a sec, guys. There's a username, Gaz Writes, in the chat right now. Gaz Writes. He's been following the channel for 27 seconds. And he came in here with one message, and that message was bishop f6. Not even a question mark, just bishop f6. Full stop. So, I do feel like we should give bishop f6 just another look. You know, just check it one more time. For Gaz. Bishop f6, but short castle, no? Gaz, any thoughts about short castle? Or maybe we have evidence in the position right now that short castle is illegal. First, we have to submit our thesis proof that short castles is not a legal move here. Then, we can proceed to our presentation that bishop f6 wins. Very exciting stuff. Any thoughts on short castle there, Gaz? Gaz says bishop f6, short castle, knight e2. Okay. It almost feels like it doesn't make sense. Bishop f6 should be the answer. 27 seconds? I'm really convinced by that. Why did he reject knight f4? Well, knight f4 is different than knight d4. Knight f4, technically castles is possible there, right? Knight d4 it wasn't, because at least we had knight e2 and we have mate there, but castles after knight f4 does look like it could be a problem. There's this rookie one check coming. Yeah, the fun line is the line where you check the guy all the way out to f3. It feels like all your pieces are congregating, but for example, with the white king on g3, bishop here, knight here, I don't see a pattern where we mate. I'll be honest, I just don't see it. I'm not sure it exists. Yeah, you have bishop g2 check, but then king g4, and I don't think you can just win material there. That's not going to be good enough. Rook d4 after king g4, and what's the plan? What's the next move? The way you communicate your suggestions to solve the problem, Sam, indicate to me that you're not very intelligent. You're just saying, what about rook d4 after king g4? But, like, it would help me a lot if you just said, like, what about rook d4? The discover check seems unstoppable, or looks like we're going to win a bishop there. But I have no idea what you're thinking. You're like, what about rook d4? I'm like, dude, well, what about rook d1? Like, single move suggestions with, like, no direction are literally the most useless things ever. So at least, even if you don't have the whole line, you don't always have to, but you can put someone maybe on the right track by being like, oh, someone earlier suggested bishop f3, but they didn't just say, hey, what about bishop f3? Because that's, again, it's just like, okay, rook g1, whatever. It's like bishop f3 with the idea to, like, trap the king in and play bishop d2 and bring the knight in. Then at least we have something to work with. We're maybe calculating a line there or an idea. And then I can discuss maybe why it would or would not work. But one single move on its own, I don't really know what you're thinking. And I'm not really going to be able to say much about it. So it's not that rook d4 might not work, but I need to know what your intentions are with my daughter, rook d4. Here. Knight f4. f3. Bishop e3. Holy smokes. F takes g4. Rook d2. What are we even threatening there? Knight c4? I don't even know if we have a threat there. Rook f2, knight d4, unstoppable mate. Maybe knight c4? Is that a problem? Kind of seems like a problem. Bishop d2, king f1, bishop h3, king g1. So, Soares, you're definitely correct. You are correct with that line, which is why the one we're struggling with is this move. Because you're right, we're not worried about king g1. That's an easier one. Can white castle? I think we have to assume they can. But I don't know the answer. Knight f4, castles, bishop f3. There's going to be rook e1 check. I think already that's not good enough. Even in that line, AB, even in that line, King G4 after Bishop G2. How crazy is that? You've got every piece involved, but it's still not even threatening mate. Hello, chess brother Rafalix. F3 is always turbo annoying. So one of the reasons, like, the thing is, knight d4, I realized it doesn't even threaten knight c2. That's kind of brutal. So I feel like, even though I like this move just because it deals with castling, I feel like we're not even threatening that much. Yeah, knight f3, but feels like there's a lot of ways to stop that too, even like bishop back to e4 or something. I just see bishop f3, rook g1, and I see rook coming to g8 with check, and to me that's almost enough right there. Yeah, I don't see I don't see, because that also gives the king the g1 square. That's why you like king f7. You're on a different planet, my man. You might be on the planet where this puzzle has an answer. King f7. That's a big dick move. Yep, you can do that. I'm not focused. King's gonna go to g3. Good luck. Simply garbage. You're absolutely correct. But bishop h3, king e2 is the only one we care about. King going here is very easy to checkmate. So if you're suggesting how to win after this, you're probably correct. I feel like it could be like bishop d2, bishop. Maybe f4 still works. Thinking like this, knight e5 at that moment. I guess there's f4. Hey, that's sage advice, Jake. Yeah, king g4 there, Mandarin Monkey. We can't just win material. We're down 5 pawns. And we'll only be up the exchange there. Is mate the answer? I'm honestly maybe leaning towards no. Yeah, I don't know. The closest thing I've got is like something like bishop d2, king near, knight e5, where it looks like, you know, knight f4 is very difficult to stop. And so the only move that I can really see there is f4. And for some reason, instead of knight takes king f2, where he seems to escape there, I almost want to play bishop takes with the idea of rook d2. And then sort of regroup my pieces like bishop g4, knight d4. But I don't have, like, it's just a feeling. I don't really have a mate there. It just feels like the best coordination I can locate. I don't see that much. J-Bell might be physically running his idea over it right now. Yeah, he said he's cooked something up, and we haven't heard from him. It might be a 30-move line. That's right, Suarez 93, but that's exactly my point. You can't end your line with White's move. You're right. King g3, and then what? I think bishop c3 is not crazy there. Wait. Wait. Maybe we can cook with bishop d2 and then bishop c3. So any intermezzo hitting our bishop, we give this check. Like, I want to win the actual rook here or something. And I want to get my rook down here. So what happens there, J-Bell? King g2. Oof. And then it's just too much to ask. It's too much to ask, eh? Yeah. King g2 hurts the boys there. And to try to get it the other way, bishop check, and then bishop d2 as... Who was it? Someone suggested. Kudu 2. Then rook d1, bishop g4, f3, and we just don't have enough. Yeah, bishop here, we were concerned about castles. King f7, rook e8 is, I mean, you're a beast for that. 62 months from Gakos, Beanpot for 2 months with Prime. Bishop f3 stops king e2. You can castle after bishop f3 though. Bishop here, knight f4. I think f3 is the move there that would be played. Bishop takes f3, I guess king f2. Bishop d2, king f1, knight c d4. Yeah, once the king gets to f2 in that line, I don't see it, Kothis. So, you're not wrong there, Mr. Dumb Man. Like, here, bishop g2 is very interesting. Your next move after bishop g2 is rook g1, which doesn't look forced, though. Yeah, exactly what I was about to say. So, yeah, I really like that idea, but if they go like f3 or f4 there, they just kind of get one square for the king, and that one square seems to be all they need. Well, knight f4 castle seems to be the problem. At least first. If you're doing it on the first move. Thanks, Fugdug. You're putting it in perspective. I think this is the longest we've spent on a puzzle, like, at least on stream. Like, I'm sure I've spent longer than this in my life for sure, but at least together. Because usually, at least this one is remotely interesting to calculate because there's so many variations. It's not some stupid one like a king move or something, because I would never spend this long on that. But at least it's kind of fun to calculate. Yeah, but bishop g6 is always check and saves the bishop, right, J-Bell? Not much happening there. You're right that you win the rook there, Soares, but for example, if I wanted to win the rook here, I would just go like that, and white would castle, I would win the rook, but is that really enough? Because you win the exchange for one of your bishops here, and remember, white has 5 pawns, you have 0, so you'll actually be losing there. For all those, because I've seen this line maybe like 25 times, bishop d2, bishop h3, king e2, knight f4, king f3, yes, knight d4, yes, white will play king g3, yes, you have knight e2, yes, they'll go back to f3, they could go to h4 and you don't have anything there, but let's say king f3, bishop g2, king g4. And you've got like 2 knights here, 2 bishops here, a rook there, and it's just the king on h4, g4, g5 is just not, it's not mate. I don't think you have a mate here with a knight and bishop like that. Anytime you move the bishop, I go here. If you play knight e5, I can go there. So it feels really hard to checkmate this king when it's running over here, especially because our bishop's on d2 and not really helping. Yep, that's exactly right, Kurtz. King there. Man, trying to trap the knight would be crazy. If that's it, like, oof, I'm KO'd.
What if we start with bishop f3?
Bishop f3. I think we wanted to. I think we were gonna castle in that position.
Oh, they can castle?
I mean, you don't know, but yeah, I, at least we are operating that they can castle.
And then what if we check and then go bishop f3?
Then rook g1. And I feel like white's threatening rook g8 check and getting the g1 square for the king after that. What are the odds I could find the move with one hint? Probably close to 100%. Oh, but this is a crazy puzzle. I can't lie. Even with like 27-second followers, we haven't been able to solve it. That speaks volumes about the puzzle. Yep, I didn't like exactly know that, Andy, but that makes sense. I always assume it is, unless there's some reason that it shouldn't be. Because you just kind of have to operate as like they should be telling you you can't if you can't. So you always assume you can.
Especially castling is legal unless it's illegal. Have you looked at rook d2 to trillion IQ?
Rook where? And castling again?
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting.
No, actually, bro.
Especially bishop d2, king moves, and then bishop g5, and now it can't castle, so we can do that idea.
And then he'll go back to e1 for you. Repeat, bro. Yeah, to be honest, kitten lover, like that, it's a line. You're suggesting the same line as Big Wild Hacks, but again, it's like rook d4. There's like a discovered check, but it's also white's turn, and there's not really a clear threat for you that I can see.
Okay, I have an idea. Bishop d2,
Mm-hmm.
king f1, bishop c3,
Mm-hmm.
rook moves, knight f4.
Yeah, but after bishop c3, they're gonna go king g2.
King g2?
It's super annoying.
G2? Really?
Because if you win the exchange, you're lost. Like it's like 5 pawns to 0. That's the sad part.
But I think the bishop is much better on c3. So I think that it's something about putting it there
Could
and
be.
trying to box the king in. Because once you put the bishop on c3, it's less in the way. What if we throw in bishop f3 there? And the idea is if the rook moves, try and...
Yeah, but rook g1 always threatens rook g8. So J-Ball, are you suggesting the same line as the other guy, Mr. Dumbman? Bishop d2, bishop here, bishop g2. So he suggested that earlier, and I think we said f3. So what line are you? What's there? What's happening? Because at that point, king f2, king g3 is possible. Because we already looked at that, I thought. But The answer is definitely gonna be something that we've looked at that we're just not realizing something. So that doesn't mean that it's not it, but. F3, bishop G5. No, but like impossible. Even rook D1 there or something. Here, here. F3. Yeah, so we did look at that line. Bishop D2, F3, knight F4. Sorry, F4, knight F4, F3, bishop E3. Takes rook D2, knight C4. I'm pretty sure J Bell had that at some point.
How is that position not like? Feels like a position where you stop calculating because bishop D2, F1, knight F4 like seems so good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, F3 is just like a oof.
Really, it's that what? I just don't like my intuition does not tell me that F3 is so good.
Well, it's not like you can't really use your intuition because my intuition tells me not to even calculate this position. Like my intuition is like, okay, I'm just winning. Like like bishop like D2, like my intuition tells me bishop D2, bishop H3, king E2, knight F4 is like mate. So I feel like I can't trust anything. Guys, the target time is probably an hour 20 minutes on this, so don't worry, we're not overthinking it yet. This is a type of puzzle that Big Tonka T would solve in 8 seconds. We need to get on Tyler's level. Bublovat, thanks for the 43 months, Unformed Candy. A nice 5-year resub there. Thanks, Unformed. Okay, assuming that we had to make a move here, like had to make a move, move one, just one move. Bishop D2 seems to occupy the majority of our thoughts, right? Like, castling seems to KO us in just about every variation. So it feels like this is at least a good starting point. When we fully reject this, I mean, castles and the rook is coming to E8 next. Or sorry, E1. All right. Would we do we have approval from everyone here to play bishop D2? We have to take it a move at a time. Guys, Jake44111 said no. Yeah. Never mind. Jake said no, so we're going to think for another 43 minutes. The Leet 123 says he's adopted. I have no idea, man. I have no idea about this puzzle. This is cooked. Bishop d2, king f1. We got one move. All right, another 43 minutes and we'll have the next one. Knight f4, f3 is like just powerhouse. Rainfrog, I just feel like if the rook comes down here and checks and takes our rook, then we're really not mating. I also don't believe in knight f4, f3, bishop e3. It's not enough with knight c4 coming back. And knight f4, f3, like, I don't know, bishop h3 or something. It's just never enough. Like, king goes to f2 and he's just completely safe somehow. Yeah, if you go here and take white's in a box, you're not wrong. But apart from rook g1 maybe working, white's going to play king f2 and sack the exchange there. And again, I'm like, I just don't see it. Do we hit him with the bishop h3? Is it time for this? Maybe after bishop h3, they'll play king g1. I could see that happening. Garbage ass puzzle. King g1. Like, there's just no way. All right, we got two. We're on the right track. It's just insanity. So I thought about knight e5 here, J-Bell. f3. So here I'm really not sure about knight f4. In fact, I definitely lean towards like no knight f4. Like, I don't like the feel of this. Once the king gets here, I truly don't know how we're gonna mate. Like, it's just not, it's not making sense to me. Yeah, bishop g2 we looked at. We were saying f3, I think. And white gets this king f2 move. So knight d4s are out. Bishop move seems out. This bishop move. Like, bishop here is the only one worth trying. But you don't even have to fully defend. Like, bishop here, I don't know, you could bring this bishop back. You could play knight c4. Here's what I do know. None of us have the answer. Like, even if one of us has the answer, we don't know that we have the answer. So somebody here has said the answer. I know this for sure. There is a small group of us that have said the correct answer. We just don't know it.
Just don't know it yet.
Exactly, Bailey Unlimited. You guys are smart but not confident. That's correct, Mr. Dumbman. That's right. Knight g5 doesn't really threaten knight d4 because the bishop's hanging. At this point, the thing is I haven't seen an answer to simply moving the pawn. I haven't. Yeah, knight c4, there's no rook d2 though, J-Bell. Also, bishop c3 does bishop d3 as well. So, I think at this point, if we're being truthful, the closest thing is like a massive, ridiculous full send, like 20 move puzzle where we go like this. And like, you know, rook d6 and some sort of like billion move puzzle with like some geometric genius checkmate. Or king g3, knight e2, king back, bishop there, here. Rook d4, king g5, and like just miracle. Like, I still don't see it. I just don't see it. Knight, like h3, king h6, rook d6 check. Like, just the weirdest stuff. I got nothing anymore. It's just, it's a full send on something that I don't fully see, but the king will be running around, and that's it. But that's all I got. It's just a little counter, like, it just doesn't feel like we really got it. That's all that I can do right now. Definitely this. And I only even have the confidence to do this because everything else is just falling flat by like one move or something. Crazy.
What?
For them to stop the puzzle here is insane. Like,
What?
king d4, and I'm like, what? Like, I don't see what's happening. This is the most basic, like, we had this line in about 9 seconds. We just overthought it. We just overthought it. This was the first thing I said. When we got to the puzzle, I was like, okay, so we can see check, 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 but after king g4, I'm not sure what we do. Didn't need it. Didn't need it. Just overthinking. King G4. Knight H3. Bishop H3, King F3, and just repeat for Knight H3 is actually better than Knight H3 initially. Proof that you always repeat. Knight H3. Kind of drugs? Okay, troll. Like, what the hell is this? I mean, Rook D4 makes more sense. But even Rook D4 is cooked, like... Look at this variation. C3, like, bro. This is not something that I can just be resolute and be like, oh yeah, okay, so this is the line. Okay. Ridiculous. The puzzle just stops here. Yeah, the weird thing about this final position is, like, I'm not even convinced we're winning. It says -2, but white's got a million pawns. I don't know, man. I don't know. It has to stop because there are a lot of good moves here. I get that. But what a weird puzzle. They just want us to do this? You're just overthinking. Overthinking, guys. Wow, big. We got 5 points for that. Well, at least we beat the target time. We did it in 53. They wanted it in 56. Oh, I would say we did pretty well. Not bad. Group effort. Holy moly. Man, doing a puzzle like this after that last one, it's like an out-of-body experience. Like, am I supposed to play Bishop takes C8? Like, what type of cocaine? What the hell is this? Joke of a puzzle. Can't take this seriously. Here, pawn takes, and then we're gonna need something. I mean, if it's King D7, that's a troll and a half. I'll get it wrong. I'll get it wrong for that. I could run with my king away. I could, like... Yeah, I could play Queen C6 and go this way. King D7 for sure. I don't know about King D7. I get a little sketched out by, like, Rook D1, maybe Rook D6 and, like, Queen C2 even. Or maybe not Rook D6, but Queen C2 first or something. Could be. Yeah. I guess we're just booking it. Yeah, Queen C6, Queen D7, or Queen D2 is a good call. Queen here after Queen C6. And then there's some kind of, like, checks with Queen A5 that look annoying. Yeah, I think that alone makes King D7 pretty much required here. This gets mated. This gets mated. This is playable, but after this, maybe it's some... Okay, knight here, e4 is not going to be it. King e6, queen takes h5. I don't know, that looks kind of annoying. I feel like queen d5 is like a little bit safer. But maybe he'll still do this. And then we can't move our king because the rook is hit and rook d1 is coming. Yeah, I feel like king here, queen takes h5. Jeez. b5 rook d1. What are you talking about? b5 rook d1? Yeah, queen d5, the problem is king c7 is impossible. So huh. King here, queen takes knight f5, e4 looks kind of annoying. Maybe. King c7, checkmate. Queen d5 takes g4. It's kind of interesting. Queen takes king c7, and then we get out. We're up 2 pieces here, so I wonder if we give up these 2 pawns, and we're up 2 pieces, are we really, like, really winning? I guess we are, but, like, white has 5 pawns. Like, is it really that good? Like, it should be, of course. Yeah, it should be winning there. I like that idea, Matter Monkey, but also start to think, like, wait a minute. I have no pawns. Yeah, another +2 position. Joe010, thanks for the 76 months. Tier 3. Thank you, Mr. Joe. And MN2197 for 38 months. Yeah, our pawns might be cooked anyway, that's true. That's true. I kind of like g4, I can't lie. Basically, king here, I don't like the placement of that king. It seems like there's just no benefit to having it there. You know? Like, why is it there? A.T. Pedersen. Yeah, knight d5. I think white's going to go here and win our piece. That's why I'm avoiding knight d5. So yeah, I think it might be queen d5 takes and g4. I actually kind of like that. e6 check there. How does that work? e6 check. e6 check is a bit tricky, actually. Queen takes, rook d1. And this guy is loose. g4 stops queen from covering d1. And if the queen takes it, the queen's no longer hitting the rook. But then I saw e6, and I was like, maybe not. Yeah, e6 just works for white. King c7 will always hang our rook here, for the most part. Not sure, T. Patterson. I played some Blitz this morning, but there will be another Title Tuesday in about 2 hours, T. Patterson, so definitely then, at least. Queen d5, queen h5. Huh. King e6, I mean, I don't know. Queen takes pawn. What's our next move? Our queen is tied to this. Feels like white's kind of threatening queen g4, queen h5, like a perpetual of some sort. You could play knight f5 there. Yeah, it could work. I was thinking e4. Yeah, if you go knight d4 there, I go queen g4 check. You only have one square, f7. I go back to h5, and we're just making a draw. So, I think knight d4 is not quite it. But I'll tell you one thing. Queen d5 is not feeling correct to me. This pressure of rook d1 and queen e8, plus g4, there's e6, not liking it. So I'm definitely leaning towards king e6 and making it work somehow. King e6 takes, knight f5, e4, knight h6. That instinctively feels very good. But queen g6. Is there any... Yeah, that feels good, but king g6, what happens? Oh, maybe king d7 there. And queen f7's covered. Rook d1, we go king c7. That's still covered. Everything is like hanging on by a thread. That could be a line for sure. Queen d5, queen h5, queen c6 to protect the rook. Uh, I actually did think of that, Captain Micmac. I can't lie. Queen here, and then if rook d8, king c7, rook d6, queen there, rook back. I guess there's queen c2. Yeah, there's some logic to this. Do we like this better, or king e6, knight f5, knight h6, king d7? Because yeah, after king d7 there's bishop takes g5, to be honest. Like, the knight is hanging. It seems a little bit suspicious. What do you think, Mandarin Monkey, of queen d5 and queen c6? Doesn't seem like there's a way for white to get rook c1, so it seems like we'll be able to play these two moves no matter what. You know? So let's say queen here takes queen c6, e6 check. Queen takes is no good. King takes just feels a little weird. Probably wrong. So you'd have to go king c7. And then bishop e5. You go king b6. Bishop d4. You know? We can't be happy with that. In my opinion, there's no way that's correct. So I think after e6, it's just king takes e6. The rook is defended. I mean, but then bishop takes g5 or queen takes g5. Feels like your king is just wide open there. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I like that. Queen c6, e6. You agree you have to take, right? None of these moves are any good, because you get checked. So then you have to play king takes e6. And then, I don't know, bishop takes g5. I've got 4 pawns for the 2 pieces, plus your king is cut off here, my queen is here. That just looks freaky. But I have to admit, I prefer having the e-pawn off the board rather than on the board. So king e6 is kind of like the same thing as that, but the pawn's on the board. There is knight f5, but it just feels wrong. Queen takes e6 in that line, just rook check and queen e8. I guess there's queen check, knight d5, rook d5, queen d5, and the king covers, but I hadn't considered that. Mainly because knight d5, it looked like even queen takes g5, but perhaps. I don't know. Knight d5, queen g5 there. Madness, all of it. Well, Kurtz, queen d5 and queen c6 seems to do a good job, except I was proposing e6 check there. If king c7, bishop d4, e5 d4 gets you. So you have to play king takes, I thought. Queen takes is the other one you could play. Rook d1 check, knight d5 forced because the rook is hanging. But then, like, everything seems scary there. Queen takes g5. The knight's hanging. The other option was king takes e6 earlier. And then bishop g5, and white's got you, like, boxed in here. I mean, it is possible, but... I don't know. I feel more like this. I think the issue with the other line, Kurtz, was king e6 takes, knight f5, e4 knight there. You know, queen g6. And it's like king d7, bishop g5. I don't know if I trust that. I'm down 5 pawns for 2 pieces. I got a hanging piece. My king's still technically in the middle. Just doesn't look good enough. Whereas this line, at least white has to give up the e-pawn. And then I'm up 2 pieces, like I can maybe get out of there. I feel like it's queen d5. Yeah, the engine doesn't get scared. That's a good reminder. No, the difference in the g4 line, Kurtz, is after rook d1 check in this line, we can play knight d5 because the queen wouldn't be then hitting the d5 square. So that's, I think, the main difference. So that we can play knight d5. Yes, white can respond queen d4, but we should be able to figure something out. Some like king c6, rook c1, king d6, bishop is loose. Like, I don't know. That's all I got. Yeah, black wants to just go here and then they're winning. But once we play this, after queen h5, then our rooks hit, and we can't do that. It's not a bad point either, test profile, yeah. It's pretty reasonable, actually. If DLM is out, we're all out. We're going queen d5. But DLM isn't contributing, and so I'm no longer contributing. I thought we were all working together, but if DLM's out, I'm laying down my sword as well. I guess queen c6 to be consistent. Yeah, I mean, what do you do except queen c6? Rook check, just here and here. So here, e6, but we just take with the king. Wow. So king e6, queen h5, knight f5, yeah, e4. It's just not enough. It's never enough. King is just in a terrible spot. Yeah, and there's always a draw here. Queen d5, queen takes h5, queen c6, e6. Queen or king can take. And yeah, this was the line from test profile at the end, which really sold me on it. Even though it's not the best move, king c7. And I agree. Black has to stand better here with 3 pieces in this one crucial pawn. I agreed. Like, this was enough to convince me that we can't be that bad. But of course here, knight d5 is the move. Queen here, and I was saying king c6, rook check, king d6. Yeah, this is the end of my calculation. I was like, okay, this is hanging. It's not pinned. And queen check, we can play king d7. And I left it at that. Ridiculous. All ridiculous. Target time 39 seconds. "39 seconds, by the way. DLM's not wasting time. This is take that. Beat it off the board. Yeah, it's forcing, so I like it. Takes, queen f4, queen f3. Yeah, queen h4 check, king back to g1. Well, queen b6 instead, I feel like some pieces can go in the way. Yeah, queen f4 and queen f6 are the ones that I'm drawn to immediately. I'm not really sure the difference between them. How does white defend that? It's got to be with one of these moves. Let's say rook c2. I don't really know what to come up with next. Yeah, queen takes h2, rook g1. Like, it could be something weird like queen h2, rook g1 forced, I think. Queen h4 then. King e2 forced. And, like, somehow bring the other rook and, like, the other rook down. I could see the answer being that. I don't exactly see it, but seems like something. I don't see anything after either of these moves, rook c2. That just looks like it kills everything. That's defended, that's defended. I got nothing else to add to the attack. Well, once we play bishop takes f2, if the king takes and returns to g1, it's over. Like, we got nothing. Except for checkmate. So that's why it would have to be queen f4. He can't go back because of e3. Yeah. I just don't see anything after queen f6, rook c2. Nothing. And queen h6 is a threat. So we need to do something about that. I'm talking about if we go here, then rook c2. That's what I'm talking about. So yeah, bishop f2 feels pretty good. I think this is the best we got. Check. Have to play queen f3. Check, because you can never let the king return. And promoting and playing queen h2, rook g2 is nothing. So queen h2. Rook g1 is forced because I'm in a queen with check. Double check. And then queen back to h4. Or maybe instead of queen h4, maybe even rook e8 there. Threatening queen h4. It doesn't look like it can be prevented. Rook c4 is not possible. Queen g4, queen f4, and queen e4 not possible. And you're threatening queen here. So rook e8. He would have to play rook takes g2 there. But then we can go takes rook e2 and win the queen, at the very least. Queen f6, rook there, rook h8 from J-Bell. Queen g4, queen g3, and bishop a7. Okay, interesting line. But queen here, rook h8, queen g4, queen h6. There's also h4, right? Like, yeah, white's just gonna go h4. There's never anything there. This is pretty forcing, this line. Queen h2, rook g1, rook e8. I'm feeling pretty good about this. And I think instead of this and that, I think it's just rook e8 right now, like I said. Cut the king, rook g2, you take in rook e2. And I don't see any move to stop queen h4, right? None. There's no queen move, no rook move, nothing. Queen h4 is killer. I mean, takes rook e2 in there is going to be winning because it's all with checks. Just making sure it's not queen h4, some weird move. No. Can't possibly be. There's queen f1 there. Yeah. Don't need to be too fancy at the end. It's all with checks, so we're not going to get mated or anything. Yep. Quickly, queen f3. What's wrong with queen f3? Somebody tell me. Is this going to be a pending one? Is this a pending bra? Claim our pending results? We gotta take this, right? I thought it was a pending one. I'm trying to claim our quick wins. Dude, this is so annoying. I thought it was one of these lame ones that they throw in. What's the material here? I guess we only have... Huh. Let's see what's wrong with this, actually.
Queen d3, knight f4.
Yeah, queen d3, knight f4. Take.
Wait, but it depends where the king goes, right? Because then if you take, then you have check.
Oh, it's knight f4 and queen f7. That's the problem. Yeah, okay. That's why this is wrong. That was the problem. So I guess it was... That doesn't feel right with queen c3 check. And between these two... It's probably going here. Yeah. It is that. And then if we take here, there's this, so now we take here. And now if knight f4, there's no queen f7. It wasn't actually a very difficult one, but just annoying, because I thought it was one of those stupid ones where you, like, you could get, like, 15 points very easily. Yeah, that one actually was really not that difficult. If we had just approached it like a regular puzzle, but you guys were on the same boat as me, like, send it. We've seen the ones that pop up where they're like, they're literally like 400 elo puzzles. But they're pending. Rip us. This does not look like an interesting puzzle to calculate. Not at all. Not at all. Queen here gets killed by queen d4. Takes. We can't move our queen because of this, so we probably have to move the knight there. Knight e2, queen a3. King here. Queen back. Not even queen back. Maybe knight here to threaten this. But surely we have enough there. Knight c1. Knight e2 first. But then, what are we even up to there? Rook b2? I think we gotta take it, obviously. Because queen d4 doesn't threaten anything. I think we gotta take this. Taking rook b1. Knight c3. Yeah. Knight c3. I mean, I can move my queen there, I guess. Queen a5. Still looks very unpleasant for you. Knight here, queen a5 after rook b2. I see what you're saying, AB, but remember, if this happens and the rook just moves back or something, we're not even up that much material. Like, plus, I think rook b2 is there. I see what you're saying, but just doesn't feel like enough. Pino from Hell, thanks for the half a year. Formerly fit, 22 months. MN2197 for 38. And Attila, thanks for the raid. Attila Turzo. Thank you for that. We're just doing some puzzles here. They're way too tough. A lot of puzzles start with a stupid move, though. In fact, the majority of the puzzles, the evaluation is even, and then a bad move means that you can do something. That's right, Kitten Lover. Yeah, knight there's just not enough. Takes 92. I mean, takes and 92 is what I would play in a game. If queen a4, we win with queen a2. d4 is not hanging. Takes 92. Maybe there'll be like bishop c4 there or something. But then knight c3 and knight a2 can be played. And if queen a3, we can go queen a2 with the knight here. Yeah, take a 92 looks like must do. So takes 92, knight b4, threatening knight c2, like winning. Takes, rook b1, queen a3, queen a2, queen c3 check. You have to play rook there. Maybe you're losing that, but you're certainly drawing it with check here, check here, check here. You only have two pieces and a king, so it'll just be impossible to win. So if it's at least a draw, then it can't be right. Knight e2, rook b2, knight c3, queen a5, rook b1. Yeah. The problem that I have with knight e2 is like, I feel like black can play rook b8. But then rook b2 and, you know, you find knight c3, AB, and that's a nice move. And then I'm like, oh, yeah, maybe queen a5. And then you play rook b1. I'm like, well, that's a nice move too. But at the end of the day, knight e2, like, what if I just bring the rook back? I'm only down the exchange. Position doesn't even seem bad for black. It's like, can that really be the answer? But I feel like knight c3 and rook b1 were great continuations in that line, so... it's less about rook b2 now and more about, is that enough? Because I feel like taking here, at least if we can defend there, we're winning. But if you play 92, I feel like we're still on the defensive. But man, you could be right. I don't know. Somehow it doesn't feel like it. That just seems so crazy. For 92 to be the answer? Like, here's the thing. You're never going to convince me 92 is correct unless you can tell me why taking here is not correct. Takes 92. There's no way that I'll ever consider not taking material unless I have a concrete reason not to. So, regardless of your feelings about 92, you have to disprove pawn takes rook first. Hello, buddy. Thank you, sir. Don't worry, we lost it all entitled Tuesday as expected, but it was nice to hit. Thank you, sir. Yep. I'm gonna take a strategic break while Pranav is here so he can solve the puzzle for us. Yep, we gotta put Buddy to work. Hello, Pranav. Any big insights? AB3, Queen B3, Knight E2 is over, says Pranav. Oh, nice to know that was what I was thinking. Buddy validating me. Feels good, man. Yeah, Queen takes D4, AB Shakespeare. Knight C3, Queen D4. Queen B2. You just don't want to allow this. Midnight, thanks for gifting a sub to Buddy. You've seen some of these. Wow, a humble king. A humble king. A6 here. F7, let's say. King takes. You have to be careful about A6 and then just king takes. And black's going to make a queen too. So F7 to get the king away, king C5. D4. No, F7 to get the king away, king takes D5. King C5 is probably the way to go wrong. Yeah. And if king, like, E7, A7, bishop there, then king E4. I think that's probably it. I imagine the way to get it wrong, I have to double check, but I assume everyone's going to want to play king C5, but I feel like you just play F7 and take the pawn. And just make a queen. Pretty easy. You've seen this one as well, Pranav? Holy smokes. King C5, you lose your bishop, and then we both get a queen. That's not going to be winning. You know? So now, if this happens, we're cooked. We can't lose our bishop, so... If king C5, D4, what happens there? Is it overall the same? This is mostly out of curiosity, because to me, king d5 is an easy win here, so I'm going to play it, but mostly just out of curiosity. King c5. This is a weird one where it's like a double cross. You're definitely right, Kitten Lover. Because normally I feel like the obvious move is the one that it actually is when it's a tough puzzle. Because you would always assume to go here. But in this one, it actually is the case. I feel like in other puzzles, you overthink it. Here, I think it is king c5, you're right. That's actually funny from Sleazy. The series was to get a higher rating than Pranav. Thanks to Pranav's help on the last puzzle, we've completed the series. No, Stoic. I was thinking the same. But then I have king there. But it's actually h2, bishop d7, and then here, that square that wasn't normally available. I get KO'd there. Wow. I think I actually would have got that wrong if Kitten Lover hadn't caused me to rethink things there. Because d4, you just let it go. Yeah. Wow. Pretty sick. Very nice. This one's probably easy, you say. No, I can already tell this is gonna have some suspicious answer. There's gonna be some weird ass like, queen g5, rook f1. Yeah, pretty obvious. Yeah, didn't see that. I already know this is gonna have a dumbass answer. A.B. Shakespeare, did you find a line that just hangs your queen? You're impressive, man. Queen g5, king here, queen h5, queen g6, knight g5 check, king g7, rook g1. Hanging your queen and your rook. Truly an impressive guy. Low key. Queen g5, Rook F1. Low key. Low key. Midnight, thanks for gifting a sub to the pleb Tim Cannon 25. Thanks a lot there, Midnight. Is Queen D8 and Rook F1 better? I mean, there is Bishop H6, so probably not. Yeah, you can play Knight G5 there, but seems a little suspicious. Not to mention, Queen takes E4, Rook takes F2, King G8, or rather King G7, and like Queen G5, Queen G6. I don't know. I guess it could work. Bishop H6 looks more like the reason. It just makes more sense to me to like cut the king off here and then like force him back into the middle for some kind of mate. But yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe we want to like force the king more to where the rest of our pieces are. I guess the clear answer is queen takes e4 and rook takes f2, bishop f5. That's a pretty clear reason why. Maybe not that immediately. Oh, we got Tim to tap. We got Tim to tap. Tim needs to take a break. We outpuzzled Tim. Knight g5 threatening mate. So something like defends. Well, queen g5, rook f1, knight d7, for example, comes to mind. Like, I don't know, rook takes, king e8. Where's the actual mate there? I can make some moves there, like knight f6, rook f6, but look, I'm not getting an exact mate. Yeah, rook takes f8, king takes f8. I don't know, we're running out of material there. We're discussing queen g5. Queen d6, trading queens when you are down 2 bishops is crazy. Certified crazy. Queen check, queen check, queen e5. I don't know. You have to deal with a lot of moves there, AB. Bishop h6 with tempo, rook e8 after. Yeah, I think queen d8, they're going to take your pawn. Deplorable. Otherwise, yeah, I would agree with your line there. Disme, thanks for the 5-month resub. Considered it, Archer Bear. Not really sure what happens after that. There is a check, though, that you have to deal with. Which always feels weird in a puzzle. Yeah, I don't know. Rook e8 at the end. So I I don't know. I feel the best still about the random thing I said at the start. Good to notice things like that incognito. That can help a lot just to say things out loud. Knight g5 first. I don't know. Knight d7, let's say. The problem with knight g5 is you have absolutely like no threats other than one threat. So once I stop that one, you don't have many more. Whereas at least this feels like I have a bunch of threats still. So knight g5, knight d7. There's no queen d8 anymore. Queen b4 is kind of your last check. Could work, but that will be like your last check, and then king f6, even king d8. Don't even knight c5. Like I think you're kind of running out after that. Here, knight there, rook g1, takes, queen g6 probably. Yeah, queen d8 takes, rook d6, check. Just remember, in all the lines there, bishop h6 is a check that wins your queen. So that kind of hurts. For me, I'm looking at this, rook f1, and I'm just not seeing it after knight d7. I mean, to be fair, even queen g6, I don't really see it. Rook takes f2, king g7. I guess king g7, there's queen e5, so yeah, that is good enough. And king e8, there's most likely this. Queen here, rook f1, bishop h6. I play rook takes f2. And your king is running out of squares, right? If king here, I can just take your bishop. If king there, rook d8 is mate. King there, well, isn't possible. King f8 isn't possible. Yeah, it's just mate. So that's why I kind of like this, because it deals with bishop h6. That's an interesting line there. Box. Rook f1, knight d7, takes, king there, rook takes d7. I guess bishop takes d7. And then, I don't know, knight f6, king there. Isn't enough. But maybe we could just take and take or something. What about queen d6? Now, I really need to know at this point. How are there so many of you that want to play queen d6? There's really a lot. I've seen this multiple times now. So if we count the fucking pieces here, there's 2 bishops that we don't have. And you want to trade the queens. My mind is just blown at this suggestion. Maybe you guys are right. Risk, I definitely agree with you there. My brain is fried from looking at the options as well. This will have to be our last one. Mattis, it's a better suggestion than queen d6, so I'll give you that. I think I'm going to have to take the heat for the chat. Blame me if it's wrong so that we don't stay here for 45 minutes. Queen g5, king here, rook f1, king there. Or not king there, but knight d7, takes check. King there, maybe knight f6 check, takes, rook takes. And we have queen h5 kind of looming, plus the queen's hit, plus d8's a target. I'll have to take the blame. Okay. There's lots possible here. Nice. All right. Couldn't look at it much longer. Just had to send it. We still only got 5 points for it, so. Well, remember, when you're done the puzzle, Mattis, you always click next puzzle, because if it's too hard, then you just close it and leave. But this doesn't look too hard, as in, you know, we should be able to figure this one out. So, what's the situation? So, if we play king here, just to show, like, black plays a king e6, let's say, h5, check. If the king goes here, I think bishop back to g8. I don't even know what we're doing. So then king h7, king f6. We can't promote or takes king g5. So you play h6, but then king g5 anyway, and we still can't promote. So I don't think we can just do this. It's not that simple. However, if we play h5, king e7, h6, king f7 is a no-go. So h5, king there, we'd have to play king g6, but then we're in the same position. Bishop check, king h7, king f6. So truly, king f6 looks like the only move. But king f6, let's say king here, h5, king here. If we play h6 then bishop h7 is a draw. So then we need to go king g6. And if bishop at f7 now, king h7, and the king's on e8 and not e7. So there's no king f6 possible. So then he can only play like king e7. Then we can play h6, queen, and then h7. After king h7, or rather after king g6, king e7, h6, bishop f7, we go there. I think that's it. I hope so, because that's all I got. King f6, it could be bishop h7 first. And then h5. Maybe king d5. If h6, king e4. Here, here, queen. That works. So h5, because still he can't go here. Otherwise, we go king f7 and then queen. But now h6 is bad, so now this. No. Alright, surely this is the last one, no? One more, no? $28.50. You know. Or $38.50 rather. Nice number. Like, that just makes sense. Surely just one more. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Sleazy. Way too many pieces. C3. Send it. Wow, big idea. So C3. Okay, queen takes rook check, king here. I'll fall for it. Bishop takes C3. And hello? Anyone? Where did all the C3 guys go? Yeah, they all left the building.
It's like 100%.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we have queen takes f7 check threatened. It's pretty absurd for the answer to be anything other than knight d8 because, I mean, this is just literally, we're losing a rook with check. So it's actually impossible for it to be anything but this. Knight d8 is only the first move, though. I imagine they'll play something like perhaps this. And then we're going to have to cook. C3, queen a6. We can trade and take and make a queen. And then c3, let's say take here. Obviously, we want to mate. Queen f1 first would be the only correct move. And then finally, knight takes f7. Pawn takes b2. Looks like we're making it happen there. And then knight d8, queen here, c3, queen takes d8. Rook f8 seems fine. Yeah, the problem with queen b6 check first, guys, that I can see is like knight d8 and then the queen moves back, and what are we threatening there? We need a threat to win the game, right? Do we have one? One sec. Maybe queen f2? But I'm gonna lose my bishop there as well. It's not like I'm home free. So knight d8, queen there, c3, knight there, takes. If queen here, I think we could probably do. Oh no, we couldn't do that actually. No, we'd have to go bishop f8, knight h6, king g7. But my question is, if we do that, c3, does that work at the end? Knight takes f7, takes, check. Here, knight h6, king g7, queen c7, check. King takes, or somewhere, doesn't matter. Queen back to c2. Then the pawn is covered. And there's no mate. Yeah, queen b6 check. King here. Knight there. If queen e8, first of all, we just played that. And are we good there? Queen a4. Queen f2. h3. I don't know. It's just a lot. There's a lot of lines there. Because, yeah, queen b6 check, king there, knight d8. Let's just say queen g4. There's queen takes b4 and queen f2. Both kind of threaten something. But at the end of the day, you're going to win this bishop and you're going to lose this bishop. So, I don't know. Do you guys lean towards check and knight d8 or knight d8 first? Because I'll tell you what, the line that I mentioned, I'm not sure there's an answer for, right? Knight d8, queen takes d6. We all agree c3 next to threaten mate. Knight takes f7, no mate. Have to take here. But then in that position, like, I mean, white can play queen takes d8 check. King f7, queen c7, queen back to c2. I mean, if we're not getting this mate, we don't really have anything good in that spot. Yes, magic wiener missile. We did. Not too tough. Not too tough. So yes, there's queen b4. So knight d8, or sorry, check. Knight d8, queen moves, let's say here. Queen takes b4. We're threatening mate, but if white goes like h4 or h3, you don't get your mate. You can give the check if you want. You don't get your mate. And if you take on b2, I take on a6. Are we... Is that really so special? Queen b4 after queen c2. Queen b4 after queen c2. Hmm. Knight d8 takes. c3. Knight takes. 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 King takes. Queen c7. King g8. Queen c2. Queen takes b4. Intending queen and queen e1 leading to mate. That's heavy. That's heavy. Knight d8 takes, c3 takes, knight takes. But then queen takes a6. I think you're running out of pieces there. Well, Corrupted Cobra, there's a big other move in queen b6 check. And then knight d8. But knight d8 first comes with all the fun lines to calculate. So I do think it is knight d8. Knight d8 here, here, takes. No, but I have trouble buying this. Queen c6 even. Takes, rook b3. Guess that, I mean, like it could work. I don't know. I just don't see. If this line c3 takes works, because now we have two lines that work. That's not what you want. Because you're right that queen a6 will win. Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest skills, Lulu. That's one of the biggest skills. If you can identify what the opponent's resources are, solving tactics becomes a lot easier. Quite tough to do. King Frankel 98. Is that a name change? King Frankel 98? That's giving name change. That's a long sub. 78 months? It is name change. I know I know all the long sub names. There's no name that I've shouted out for like 78 months that I can't remember. That's for sure. We like knight first. I like it a bit more than queen b6 because I like to have the queen here for those threats. I know it looks tempting to get in like queen b6, queen f2, or queen b4, but we always lose this bishop as well. What do you think, Mannered Monkey? Anything in queen b6? It's looking more like knight d8 to me. Queen b6, knight d8, even queen g4 there. We always lose the a6 bishop. Plus, there's queen e8 into a4, I guess, which could also be quite relevant. Yeah, I don't have an answer to your line, Silk Road. I also don't have an answer to not taking f7 and just going c3. And c takes b2. But maybe I'd have to count the material. So c3 threatens mate. Queen a6 is unplayable. Feels like knight takes rook. And then there's two lines. There's pawn takes, which seems pretty good. And then there's also knight takes, with pretty much a pawn takes b2 being unstoppable. And they both look like... They both look pretty good. But I think c3 is the only option here. I think it was Stu said rook f1. Shout out to rook f1, but I think it won't be enough. Queen takes a6 or something. You have that, but I have knight d2. Yeah, so this is the thing. These both look okay. So if we take here, check. Maybe rook b3 in that line. That could be a problem, perhaps. That could be a problem. Ooh. Yeah, bubbles. So then I would have to play bishop f8, which was, yeah, part of... I also looked at this, but now I realize I actually have to do it, because, yeah, you're right. If I take and take that, there's rook f3. So we actually have to play bishop f8. Knight h6, king g7, and then there's going to be knight f5s. There's going to be a rook swinging over. Yeah, we're not surviving that. So this is not playable. Yeah, it's just not playable. So it has to be this. And the nice thing, of course, is that all the checks are covered. And if queen here, we just take. And then queen there, we have queen b4 at the end. And yeah, takes, we just take and take. As always. So they did do my move, queen c6. But yeah, I think we take here. If we take this, then there's rook b3 all the time. Take here first. Then if rook b3, I suppose we didn't fully look at this, like exactly, but maybe there's queen d3 there. Rook takes, queen d1, and queen d4 and take. Or maybe the puzzle stops after this, I don't know. Or they might play queen c2. But yeah, we can't take. So yeah, here, this is exactly the thing. There's no queen a4. There's no queen c4. These squares don't exist, so I think it's queen d3, takes, and then we queen. And if rook takes, queen d4, there's rook f2, so I think it's queen d3. Rook takes, queen d1, can't bring the knight back. King f2, queen d4, and then take that rook. We'll lose this bishop, but I guess we're up a piece there, and we can take b4 at the end. So that's winning. And then here, I don't know. There's no other move because the rook's hanging and we're threatening b1. There's some checks, but we can block them with the bishop easily. So I think queen d3 here. Not this. Yeah, queen d3, queen c3, we would just take it and then make a queen. So yeah, I think we give this d1 check, force the king, and then queen here, takes, and then takes here. And then we cover even d6. That's winning. Nice. Knight f7 here is crazy. Had to realize that. Initially, I was always thinking this, but we actually get KO'd by rook g3, queen g5, I think. Yeah, exactly. We actually lose the game. Once I noticed that, someone put me onto it that the rook could slide to f3, and then it occurred to me that we were just toasted in that line. Damn. Yeah, 3850. Take that. Just trying to reach Buddy Pranov's rating. 65,000 is within our grasp. We're closing in on it. I can almost taste 65,000. Hello, Raisin Fighter. Yeah, there we are. 1163. Oh, we're the same rating as Hickey. GM Hick. But we're listed above him. Yes. Naturally listed above Hick. I think we have to do one more. Right now, we only have the same rating as Hickey. Surely we need to do one more, no? But as always with puzzles, you have to finish the puzzle, start another one, and then decide whether it's... We're in the upper echelons with Hickey now. Okay, and who's next in our site? A lot of sweaties here. Not a GM in sight. Where's Pranav? He's somewhere around here, right? Maybe he said he was like 4K. Yeah, but he might not be active right now. Anyway, we have to do one more to surpass Hickey. That's clear. Oh, he's 3,800. Okay, so we've surpassed Buddy. Go us. I mean, queen takes e7 and rook there is cooked, so what? He has to go here? It's concerning how this does not look extremely difficult. That concerns me. Like queen e7 and knight d5 or something? I mean, I guess they can go there. I feel like rook f6, he just takes it. Thanks, L Fishy, for 53 months. Thanks, L Fish. Hello to the Burger Bandit. No.
Thanks, L Fishy.
Say again?
J-Bell put in Victor when whatever. player.
Yeah.
But I like 10 blocks.
Who is he against?
Sorry, the number one guy. Who's the Spurs player?
No, that's right. But who's J Bell against?
Me.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't, because he always puts the last.
That
The 10 blocks, 80 something points.
was insane. Triple double with blocks.
I'd probably lose.
Yeah. To like an autofill J Bell. Yeah. Well,
Very
J Bell's in here doing puzzles instead, so you know,
Okay,
keeping him
okay,
occupied.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah, triple double with blocks is insane. Man, I tell you, AB Shakespeare, you're an actual Chad. To suggest an answer to a puzzle that ends with a king move on your part, and then a free move for the opponent, like you're saying that your position is so good in that moment, it's like you could do whatever, literally any move on the board, and I'm winning. That's like just disrespect. Queen e7, sorry, rook d1, king there, queen e7, bishop a6, king e3, and solved. Like, good luck, bud. That's a different level, man. What's his black play there? He has nothing? Okay. He has a free piece, first of all. Might be reasonable to start with that. I mean, insanity not to take this knight, right? I feel like it's taking the knight and then going for mate here. I wasn't sure about knight b5 because of queen c4. So I was thinking more like knight d5. Knight d5 stops queen c4. Knight b5 stops knight d4. So it's kind of like which one of those is more bothersome. It also stops bishop a6, knight b5. So knight b5 first. I feel like you're giving your opponent too many options with knight b5 first. But namely queen e4. Yeah, queen c4 check. I feel like. Yep, it's a good point, Gakos. We have queen c7 and knight b4 mate. We do have to put up with knight d4 check, but I guess we go like king d1 or something. Like, I don't know how he stops both of those checkmates at once. Feels like he can't. b5, queen c7, queen d8, knight b4. And the nice thing is, after knight d4, king here, queen d8, we can still go knight b4 mate because the knight's in the way of our king on d1. Maybe king d1 is not even the only move, but, you know, just in case. I think it's important, though, that we don't play, like, king d3 there. So, actually, now the line after knight d5, the only move is bishop a6. And that could be a problem. Bishop a6, king back, because bishop a6 gets out of mate. There won't be queen c4, because I was thinking of this, but, yeah. And you know, knight d5 threatens knight b4 mate, but knight b5 threatens knight d4 mate. So I think the puzzle is just determining which one of those to do. Yeah, the problem there, Gakos, that I'm having with knight d5 is bishop a6. Doesn't matter where the king moves. But black at that point just defends c7. And we don't have knight b4 mate because the king goes back. So that's why I'm leaning more towards knight b5. Because I was thinking we had knight d4 mate, but we don't. We still only have this mate. There's queen c4, but I really liked that we just go king back. And here's the weird thing. After knight b5, if you want to guard this pawn, you can only do it in so many ways. Queen to one of those squares. Queen c4 check. I guess queen c4 check. Just king e1. And there's no checks. No c1, no b4, no e4. Knight b5, rook c8, knight a7 is mate, by the way. So the only tricky one appears to be like queen d8. Queen d8. Maybe we can play knight a7 and queen takes, though. What about queen c8 here? They defend with rook g7. That's a good call. The only reason that I would think you can't is that I could play rook f6, and I also get a mate there. And in this position, if queen c8, I think we go rook f6, takes, king d7, queen f7, king back, and queen d5 mate. So it feels like we're having an answer to all the moves. Rook c8, we've got knight a7. Queen c8, we've got rook f6. Queen d8, I mean, knight a7 and take the queen at least seems like something, but I'm sure we can do better. Ooh, that's a good call. Queen takes a4 there. I didn't really think of that, but queen c7, knight c3 should at least win the queen there. So that should be enough. But yeah, good call. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Gakos. Not much to do about that. Here, knight d5 doesn't seem like enough. Bishop a6 is just easy. So I do think it has to be knight b5. And there's no way it's this with the king getting that way, right? Like rook d8, knight b5. That's the last thing that I would be curious about. But I guess queen c4 kind of covers mate. Yeah. Takes and knight b5. We have to be sure about this, guys. This is to pass Hickey on the global leaderboard. We have to be, this has to be ironclad. Can't be messing around here. Queen e7, knight b5 is looking good. King e1, AB. King e1. The funny thing about check, knight b5, queen c4, king e1 is that now the only way to guard this is rook c8, and we have knight a7. And if they go Queen takes a4. We can take in knight c3 and 4. Titled Tuesday is in 30 minutes. I'll be playing, and we're still going to have our viewer tournament later. Don't worry. I got to do it, guys. I got to do it. I don't think it's this. It's not good enough. Okay, King E1 here. That's not working. That's not working. That's not working. That's not working. That's, I mean, whatever. Yes. Yes. A big jump on the leaderboard here. Big jump on the leaderboard. KNVB ascending. Leaving Hikaru in the dust behind him. We're at 11:55. And if we want to be top 1,000, we need to gain 100 more. So there we go. Past Hickey. Good place to stop. But obviously, we'll click next puzzle because we just want to see whether it's an easy one or not, you know? Like, you always click next puzzle, and if it's a difficult one, then you just leave it and come back later. You always have to click next. This looks too difficult. When I say easy one, I'm talking about like king and pawns or something. Those ones are solvable. This is too much. Isn't that cheating? No, because yeah, for any single puzzle, I could sit here and I could take like 24 hours on the puzzle. And if I got it right, I would still get 5 points. So yeah, it's not really cheating because whether I leave the puzzle or come back later, it's the exact same outcome. Yeah, I think so, Ryan. Some people have talked about how if you ask for a hint and then you refresh it, you get the hint without the punishment of asking for the hint. So, yeah, obviously, I'm not sure how it does it, but if you like worked out the answer, thought for 24 hours, and then refreshed it, and the counter started at 0, maybe it would work. Who knows? I don't know if it's that easy to game the system. But maybe that's how everyone has 65,000 elos. All right, this one's too tough. Too much to think about. We're gonna leave our puzzles for now and get ready for Title Tuesday. Queen D3. What the hell? Queen D3. A.B. Shakespeare. What the hell are you planning there, bro? Queen D3? I'll fall for it. Bishop takes d3. Bishop f3. Do you know how much material you're down there, bro? You're down a queen, dog. So not only could I play rook d5 and win, but just to shame you, I will respond to bishop f3 with queen e4. It's too much effort to put in an analysis board. I think it's ironic that queen e4 is like so bad of a move that, you know, I think it's possible it was so bad that you might even be able to get something going there, but I think you get my point. But I was going to show queen e4, rook takes e4, takes rook d5 c4. Somehow you'll manage a win there. But yeah, you're just down too much material. Like rook d5, you're just, there's nothing happening there. We'll leave it. We'll leave it. Come back later. Title Tuesdays in 20 minutes. I got some more ELO to lose. And we have UTT, our viewer tournament, which will be happening right after the late Title Tuesday. And all of that will be happening on our Kick channel. So that's where I'm going to head right now. It was nice puzzling with you guys. I had a good time. And we hit 3850, which is a pretty nice goal. We're almost cracking the top 1,000. Those were some really tough ones today. We spent 45 minutes on one puzzle. Man, that was killer. But we have a viewer tournament that, if you guys are interested, play some chess. We got a big community here. Usually get a good turnout to these viewer tournaments. We host it every single week, so that's why you can always count on it. Usually starts around 7:30 Eastern, 7:30 p.m. Eastern. It'll be a tournament on chess.com, but I'll always be hosting it on our Kick channel, so kick.com/chessbra. That's where I'm going to go right now to go play Title Tuesday myself, and then after we're going to host our viewer tournament, which is also 11 rounds of 3+1, so basically a Title Tuesday for you guys to play. Why don't we dual stream on here in Kick? We signed a deal with Kick, and it is an exclusive deal, so we're streaming on both, but separately. That's just how it works. But yeah, because we signed a deal, then it's been really, really comfortable for us streaming on Kick. You guys have been supportive, but in case you haven't found our channel there, we stream a lot of hours on Kick as well. And yeah, we balance between Twitch and Kick at the moment. All right, so kick.com/chessbra. We're going to end the stream and start up over there. So hope to have you guys join me for the late Title Tuesday and then our viewer tournament afterwards, which I hope you guys play. All right, take care, guys. Thanks for watching, and I hope to see you on